Testing 1, 2.
This month, we started with our first learner centered collaborative meeting.
Check.
Maybe it's just that.
Hey,
We got 2 minutes before we start. We're gonna start at exactly 5:30, okay? Is everyone not? We good? You ready for the meeting? How are you doing?
good. I had a great day. I was as I know I can't get it out.
Actually, that's the point. All right, the time is 5:30. We ready? Trustees? Trustee Stewart? I'm gonna call to order the regular meeting of the Alonso Elementary School District. The time is 5:30. It is August, September 7th, 2025. We're gonna get started with the roll call and quorum establishment. Ms. LeVey. Did I say October 7th?
Yes.
I'm sorry, October 7th is the date today. Ms. LeVey, the roll call.
President Soto, I do want to announce that Trustee Kraus will not be with us tonight. I'll take roll call. Trustee Kyer,
Kyer present.
Trustee LaFrench,
French present.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart present.
Trustee Soto.
Soto present. We have a quorum. Moving on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Madam Clerk, would you mind leading us in the flag?
Absolutely. Thank you, President. If everyone could please stand, place your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to move on to the adoption of the agenda. Are there any proposed additions, deletions, or revisions? Ms. LeVey?
President Soto, we do not have any tonight.
Okay, moving on to the adoption of the agenda. At this time, I'll entertain a motion, trustees.
Kyer, I motion to adopt the agenda.
Is there a second?
Trustee French, I second.
A second by trustee La French. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. LeVey, the vote, please.
Trustee Kyer,
Kyer, aye.
trustee La French,
La French, aye.
trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
trustee Soto.
Soto, aye. We've just adopted the agenda. Moving on to number 3, staff presentations. Dr. Walker, we're going to take items 1 through 3 for the staff presentations. Dr. Walker.
Thank you, President Soto. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Valdez.
Thank you and good evening, everyone. We are excited for our next 2 school presentations. Our first presentation will be by our Mesa Linda Middle School, our principal, Genevieve Johnston. Oh, and she brought her assistant principal, so let me, also joining her is Kelly Boeing, her assistant principal of curriculum and instruction, and Katrina Palmerin, assistant principal of operations.
Is that, oh, there we go. Okay. Hi, everyone. And I think our next presenter is also joining me as well. So thank you so much to the board and to our district cabinet. We are going to present our SIPSA for this year and kind of give you a brief overview of what we're doing. So the whole point is to provide an overview and to give you a little bit of a brief overview of like our demographics and things like that for the year, to review last year's data, and to really kind of look at our goals for next year. So Mesa Linda is really kind of re-imaging ourselves this year. Here are some fun activities from this year. We've already brought a lot of fun back to Mesa Linda. Different activities and events, parent events, and things like that. So total enrollment for us, this is hot off the press as of today. Our student demographic numbers are changing daily. So we currently sit at 726 students. This is our data from last year. So I think the important thing to note from this particular slide is that our ELA data has significantly grown in the last couple of years. So the thing with Mesa Linda is we've had a lot of challenges recently, and we have still managed to grow by over 3% in our ELA. We have grown by almost 4% in math as a school. That's a huge growth in 4 years, even with everything that they have been through. And that's prelim data. So even with our subgroups, the hardest part is we're noticing with our English learners, that's going to be one of our big target groups for this following year, is to really focus in on our ELA, on our English learners for this coming up year, as well as our African American population. We did see a little bit of a decrease there, and our McGinney-Vento students, as well as our foster youth. So our data conclusions, when we really looked at it this year and started to dig in, our test scores are improving overall, but there has been a slight decline with our EL population, our Hispanic youth, and our foster youth subgroup test scores. And according to iReady, we really see a big drop off after summer. And so we're trying to really look and see how we can foster that retention for summer retention for our academics. So our top 3 areas of focus for 25-26 are ELA and math scores for all of our subgroups. Our special ed compliance, because that was also a big area. We were not in compliance with our special education department, and campus culture and students and family and staff involvement. So these are our goals and our strategies for metrics. I'm not gonna read all of these to you, okay? I'm gonna spare you all of that. You guys can read through them all. But here's what I wanted to kind of share with you guys. Just some highlights that I wanted to give you for this year. Last year, I did a side-by-side comparison, and some of this is going to be a little shocking. Last year, 96% of our students were suspended at some point in time for the school year. I know. Think about that for a minute. It's really shocking. It's hard to have positive test scores. It's hard to have any kind of positive anything. This year, only 3% of our students have been suspended. Last year, we had a total of like 1,800 suspensions. We're only at 42 for the year. And I will say, there is no other means of correction. We have used, I think Rebecca told us, like 10 or 15 different other means of correction. Our average daily attendance was somewhere around 82% daily average attendance. Guys, we're at 92. And that's with all of our adds and drops for the year. Like, we are making huge strides and improvement, and it's because of what's in our SIPSA, and it's because what you guys are allowing us to do as a school site. So we have tons of things that we have set as goals. We have tons of things that we're working on as a school site, and we're getting there. And it's all because of you guys having support and having faith in us. So that's kind of us in a nutshell. Our big focus this year is our parent and family engagement. We've welcomed parents back into our school, and you can see it. Our parents are coming to our school site, they're participating with their kids. And so that's our really big thing in enhancing our culture as a whole on our campus, celebrating our kids and celebrating what they bring to the table. We've added tons of electives. We're adding a CTE pathway program for our kids and really celebrating their growth. I would just like to thank everyone sitting up there because you guys took a big chance on us this year and we are enjoying it. Thank you so much to our staff, our students, our teachers for always having faith and being all in this year. And that's us in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnston. Our next presentation will be
No,
by,
we're going to open up for trustees for questions or comments first. Trustee LaFrench?
I don't have any questions at this time, but I do want to say that, you know, when children enjoy coming to school, they go to school. They do. And usually we wait until after both of you have finished, so that caught me a little bit off guard. But I also want to say that while visiting Mesa, it is an enjoyment, you know, to see everyone in class and to hear the suspension rate, right? That's pretty high there, right? So sometimes, you know, you ask yourself when you have a suspension rate that high, as a parent myself, I would have to say that means that if you cough, you suspend it, right? That's pretty high there, right?
Yeah, it was
That's-
pretty
yeah.
terrifying.
Yeah, that's scared. Don't sneeze, right? I don't know. That's something to think about. All right. Thank you. Appreciate your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Stewart?
Well, I am impressed with the ADDA. You know, the fact that it's jumped from 82 to 92, and there's nothing harder than trying to get a middle schooler to get them to school. I struggled with my son. So for that to improve, it just shows, the kids are receptive, and I'm so thankful for that. And you must be doing well to turn it around. And when we went to the school, your excitement was infectious, and your staff's excitement was infectious. So, and the kids know, they know when the teachers and the staff care. That you can't fake it.
No.
So I appreciate you and your staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Stewart. Clerk Kyer?
Let me start off by saying thank you so much for your presentation this evening. I applaud you for bringing that 1,800 down to 42. My main question is, what other forms of disciplinary action are we taking to kind of keep that school grounded?
That's a great question. So one of the things that we really started looking at was when we started dissecting like the behaviors that our students were having, we brought in more like restorative circles. We've done more reflection sheets. We've done more just having conversations with the kids about like, why are you doing this? And what we found was a lot of it is just, they start horseplaying with each other, and then it just kind of grows into something bigger, right? Like they're messing around, and then the girl they like is standing right there, and then they get their feelings hurt, or they're trying to show up for, you know, their friends, and it grows into something bigger. And so just really having that conversation about, oh my gosh, like, okay, so why did this grow? And most of it, they don't need to be suspended for. They just need to have a conflict mediation conversation. They shake hands and they're good. Like they really just need that time to self-reflect and to rebuild that relationship, and they're absolutely fine and they can go on about their day. So really just getting to know our kids was most of it. But really bringing in those restorative circles and restorative practices was really big for our kids, and they've just grown so much from it. And then you see them like stop and reflect, like, should I really do this or should I not? And then also having them think about what is that perception to other people. So if I start playing around, all the kids run over because they think we're fighting, and then now you have that pressure to actually kind of perform, if you will, right? So we've started doing a lot of that, and just being more involved and more visible with our kids too, because sometimes they just don't even realize that there's no adults around, and things just sometimes get out of hand, right? And so we've done a lot of that. We've done a lot more. We've offered a lot more electives and given them alternative things to do. We opened up our whole field. So we're working with AYA, because our kids love football. So they're actually going to start right after fall break. They're going to start running their flag football practices during our lunchtime as well, because our boys love to play football. They can sometimes get a lot out of hand, right? Because they all think that they're playing in the NFL, like right now at lunch. So they're going to start actually running their NFL practices during lunch. But we have like soccer games and volleyball games and basketball games going on. So just giving kids the opportunity to be kids gave them that outlet that they needed. And I think also just kind of changing our staff's perspective. Just because kids are running doesn't mean that they're running to fight and they're up to no good. They're kids. They're going to run. It's okay. Like, it's fine. So we've given them that opportunity and that outlet to just get that energy out. And the other thing is we went to one lunch. A lot of people thought we were crazy, but they were all skipping class and up to no good 3 times a day because they had 3 lunches. So we gave them one lunch and gave them that opportunity to hang out with their friends. And so that changed the culture a lot and the behaviors a lot on our campus. And so we've just listened to what they wanted, really, and given it to them.
I appreciate that. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Thank you, Clerk Claire. I just want to acknowledge the work that's being put into Mesa Linda. We all know it's been a very challenging middle school, and so we appreciate you willing to take that and do some positive change. The fact that you reduce suspensions from what, 90%, 95%, all the way down to 3%, that speaks volumes. So I want to thank you for the work that you're providing there at Mesa Linda.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, President Soto. Our next presentation will be for Theodore Vick Elementary School by Dr. Janlyn Milana, the principal. And here to support is also Mr. Matthew Latome, the assistant principal.
Right. Good evening, Board President Soto, trustees, Dr. Walker, Executive Cabinet, and the AESD community. I am Dr. Janelyn Malana. I'm the proud principal of Theodore Vick Elementary, and it is my honor to share with you our school plan for student achievement this school year. Here's a quick overview of what I'll be sharing today, from our demographics and achievement data to goals and strategies in our school plan. We currently serve 481 students. The majority identify as Hispanic, and a large portion of our students face economic challenges. We also support a significant number of English learners. At Theodore Vick, we live by Edward Deming's words, without data, all we have is an opinion. We celebrate our successes, but we also use data to identify and address areas for growth. In ELA, CASP results have shown slight fluctuation overall. Notably, 4th grade had a strong rebound this year or this past year, improving by over 10 percentage points. Our math scores have steadily improved, with an overall gain of 8 percentage points since 2021-22 school year. 3rd grade improved by nearly 9 points, and 4th and 5th grades saw gains of almost 10 points each. English learners made strong gains in both ELA and math. However, we did see a decline in scores among African American students, which we consider as an opportunity for growth. In science, most students' group improved significantly in 23-24 school year, with foster youth showing the greatest gains in 2024-2025. Over the last 4 years, CASP scores have improved, especially in math, with gains of 8 to 10 points across all grades. English learners continue to show consistent growth, but we still have opportunities to improve in several areas. This year, our top focus areas are ELA, literacy and writing, math, and attendance. To address these goals, our SIPSA outlines targeted strategies and initiatives aimed at improving student outcomes. The first three of our 6 goals focus on academic performance in ELA, math, and LPAC for English learners. Our key strategies include after-school tutoring, which is based on data, MTSS with small group instruction utilizing our intervention teachers, our resident substitute teachers. We also have One School, One Book to promote reading, AVID strategies that focus on writing, inquiry, collaboration, and reading, and of course, ongoing professional development for staff. Our other goals center on special education, student engagement, and family community involvement. And our strategies for these areas include specialized intervention materials, student assemblies that focus on SEL and college and career going culture. Clubs and field trips and hands-on learning are also included in the strategies. And of course, parent engagement through different opportunities and workshops such as Coffee with Admin, which is monthly, ELAC, SSC, and volunteer events. We track progress using CASP, the California School Dashboard, and engagement metrics like Parent Square and event attendance. Looking ahead, our focus is on deepening our AVID strategies to boost student engagement, strengthening PBIS to support a positive school culture, and continuing professional learning and collaboration. At this juncture, I want to thank our incredible assistant principal, Mr. Lutong, who is right behind me, our dedicated teachers and staff, our parents and guardians, district staff, and of course, the board and cabinet for your continuous support. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Trustee Stewart, any comments or questions?
First thing, congratulations to the kids on their growth, because that is huge, you know, to go up that much. And I'm pretty sure they're gonna get a little celebration for that, because I think that's great. And just, you know, I think it's great that your staff is working so hard to get those scores up. Though the test it's hard. It is a hot mess. I had to give an IAB, and it's like so for your students to improve just shows how great their achievement is. It's more than just a test. It's a brain fry. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee LaFrench?
Thank you for that presentation, and kudos. My voice is very raspy, so I was going to try to talk without it. Thank you for this presentation, and thank you for all that you're doing over there. And same thing for you for your students and for your teachers, for your test scores. That is a wonderful achievement. So I know they'll have ice cream parties.
Trustee LaFrench, I don't mean to interrupt. They can't hear you on the mic. You can just speak a little bit more closer.
All righty. Thank you for everything that you're doing over there, and we greatly appreciate everything that you're doing. And please, you know, thank you to your students as well as those teachers that are supporting them, as well as their parents for encouraging them and bringing them every day. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee LaFrench. Clerk Kyer.
Good evening. Thank you so much for being with us this evening. I will keep mine short. In the years that I've been here, we've seen TEDVIC grow so beautifully. I want to shout out to you, your assistant principal, your teachers and staff, but most importantly, your kids. Seeing their growth, seeing how far they've come is just a magical thing to be a part of. And I cannot appreciate you all. Thank you, or enough. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Clerk Kyer. Yeah, I just want to echo the sentiments. You guys are excellent, really receptive when it comes to asking how we can be supportive. So I really do appreciate both the work that you do at TEDVIC. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, moving on to number 2, staff report of Williams Settlement 4th quarterly report. Dr. Walker.
Thank you, President Soto. I'll turn it over to Dr. Valdez.
Good evening. Presented for you is an information piece. It's the district's 4th quarterly report for the 24-25 school year. The San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools sends a representative to our school sites that are considered Williams schools to verify that we have all the sufficient instructional materials, that the school accountability report cards have been completed and are conducted, that the facilities inspections are cleared, and that the teacher assignment monitoring is also being reported. The findings from the Superintendent County of San Bernardino is that we have no findings. So we received a perfect score for all 4 areas.
Excellent. Thank you. Moving on to number 3, staff reports. Did you guys want to make a comment? Oh, okay. Moving on to number 3, the staff report of Williams Uniform Complaint Quarterly Report Summary for Quarter 4, 2024-2025 school year.
Dr. Valdez.
Oh, yes. Thank you. This is also another information piece to our board. It is the 4th quarter report summary for the 24-25 school year. We are to report to you how many uniform complaint procedures were filed. And our report that you have next to you is that there was 0 number of complaints received for instructional materials, for facilities, for teacher vacancy, and misassignments. So it's a perfect score again.
Excellent. We're moving in the right direction. Excellent. Thank you for that. Moving on to number 4, closed session declaration. We'll be taking items 2 through 6 into closed session. Before we do that, we're going to open it up to public comment. Ms. LeVay, do we have any speakers?
President Soto, we do.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. The public comment period is administered by state law and is the point in the meeting set aside for members of the public to share their opinions with the board. Open meeting laws do not permit the board to engage in dialogue or answer questions. Any person who wishes to address the governing board on closed session agenda items only must complete and submit an AESD speaker request form 5 minutes before the meeting is called to order. Public comments will only be taken on agenda items during the discussion of those items. The board values public comments, and although the Board of Trustees cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda, the Board of Trustees listens carefully and appreciates input from the public. Additionally, a public speaker can be cut off for exceeding the allotted time or for willfully causing an actual disruption to the meeting. Before cutting a person off or removing someone, the board will give at least 1 clear warning. If you were cut off or warned last time, please consider that your warning. Individual speakers are allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each closed session agenda item. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add.
Excellent. Thank you, Clerk Heyer. Moving on to public speakers. Ms. LeVay.
President Soto, the board calls on Jennifer Rader.
That one? Okay. Good evening, President Soto, Dr. Superintendent Walker, members of the board, and community. As we head into fall break, our educators have just completed the first quarter of the year, 10 weeks of getting to know our students, building relationships, and setting the foundation for learning. Teachers have been busy assessing student progress and preparing for parent-teacher conferences, those important moments when we connect with families and work together to support each child's growth. It's a busy season, but also an encouraging one. Teachers are seeing their students blossom academically, socially, and emotionally, and we're proud of the strong start we've made. On the labor front, I'm pleased to share that we have a tentative agreement in place and it is now in the process of being ratified by our members. We're hopeful that this represents a step toward continued collaboration and stability for everyone in our district. One area we'd like to bring forward for clarification is the Beyond the Bell program. This before and after school initiative has been such a valued resource, providing tutoring, clubs, and enrichment opportunities that extend learning and offer important support to families. Staff and families alike have been asking when Beyond the Bell will resume this year, as its late start has created some uncertainty. We know this program takes coordination and planning, and we appreciate the district's efforts to make it successful. We would simply welcome an update on the timeline and next steps so that teachers and site leaders can plan accordingly and be ready to participate when it launches. As we all take a much needed pause for fall break, I want to express appreciation to our board, our administration, and our entire staff for your shared commitment to students. Together, we are creating a strong start to the school year, and with continued collaboration, we can make it an outstanding one. Thank you, and I wish everyone a restful and rejuvenating fall break.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
President Soto, Diane Lin from CSCA will not be commenting tonight. Our next speaker is Ms. Lisa Martinelli.
Okay, so next speaker.
Our next speaker is Tina Smith.
Hello. Okay. So I'm here tonight because of what's happening right now threatens the credibility of this board and the trust in our community. Christina Turner lost her seat in a fair, lawful election. The voters made their choice. Instead of accepting that, she led a recall against the person who lawfully replaced her. California Election Code 11020 says recalls are meant for misconduct, not because you don't like the result of an election. Using a recall in this way is an abuse of power, and it's unfair to the Adelanto people. Since this recall started, we've seen false accusations, anonymous complaints, and what looks like coordinated attacks on a sitting board member. If any of these claims are knowingly false, that's defamation under Civil Code 44-46. And if district resources are being used for political purposes, that's against Government Code 1222 and Education Code 7054. Even as a former trustee, Ms. Turner is bound by ethical standards and by the Political Reform Act, Government Code 87100, including Ms. Lauren Bing Benson, a teacher at Adelanto School District who seems to be covering for someone and has lashed out on sitting board members, who has been unprofessional in her speeches and somehow connected to false accusations. Lauren Benson also made a spectacular of herself at the last board meeting by yelling out recall on 3 sitting board members. The recall process was created to hold officials accountable, not to be used as a weapon for revenge. When this happens, it weakens democracy and takes away focus of our real jobs, serving the students and the families. Let me be clear, spreading lies or intimidation, it's not just unethical, it could be illegal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
President Soto, the board calls on Kimberly Smith.
Good evening. President Soto, board members, Superintendent Dr. Walker, and Cabinet. Here we are again. Item 6, closed session. Seriously, we're here again. At least y'all are consistent, and I guess I will be too. I'm tired after a full day of teaching, and yet here I stand, because I can only imagine how tired Dr. Walker must be dealing with this constant cycle of evaluations. We don't assess our students this often. Teachers don't get evaluated this often. So please correct me if I'm wrong, but this seems excessive. Another evaluation, another closed session discussion, for what reason? Call it what you want, badgering, bullying, but whatever label you choose, it's not what this district, my district, should stand for. Running every well-qualified, genuine superintendent out of here has somehow become our district's greatest accomplishment, and it really needs to stop. Please figure out what truly serves the best interests of all stakeholders, our students, our staff, our community, and run with that. And if you can't run with that, then pass the baton and let someone else run with it. Oh, wait, Dr. Walker is already doing just that, putting all stakeholders' needs at the forefront of her mind. Maybe the baton needs to stay in her hands so she can continue doing what she needs to do without the nuance of people in the stands jumping onto the track and getting in her lane. I feel like the Lorax, and she is my tree. As Dr. Seuss wrote in the Lorax, unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The board calls on Angelique Jolly.
Hello, welcome. And I do want to thank Genevieve Johnston, being an amazing principal at Mesa Linda. I've had the opportunity to work with her closely for the last, well, kind of since I'm the grievance chair and I'm always over there, but not because of her. I have to say that I've been quite a pain in the rear for the past principals at Mesa Linda. I just want to thank Mrs. Johnston for all the collaborative efforts that we have had between us and being part of the safety committee there, working closely with admin and cabinet. It started with Dr. DeWison, and I look forward to having a successful school year. I hear positive things from the teachers of the changes that have been made there. So I just want to thank her because I've always had that thorn in my side, I guess, since some of the things were happening with my own family there. But anyways, with that said, thank you. And then Mr. Johnston last year also had to deal with me on several occasions. So I do want to say thank you to him. I do see him sitting in the audience. I'm not sure exactly what that's for, but thank you again for your expertise as well. So anyways, with that said, thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'll make it short. I'm speaking on the Target Solutions training and the communication that teachers could be placed on unpaid leave for non-completion. We have had quite a bit of discussions back and forth, and I'm hoping that we do come to a resolution. The directive caused real concerns among our educators because it conflicted with both collective bargaining agreement and established labor laws. Under Article 12.12, professional learning days are compensated at per diem. Under Article 18.2, 3 teacher duty days are scheduled each year, 1.5 for professional development, including the 4 CDE mandated trainings, and 1.5 for teacher preparation. These are only contractual training days tied to the start of the school year. First, let's be clear. Our teachers have completed them to the best of my knowledge. They were asked to, by me personally, by the site reps to complete these trainings. So hopefully they did so in good faith and often on their own time. Because they put students first, but they also completed under pressure and without clear information about pay or process. When required work exceeds the contractual 4 hours or the 4 CDE trainings, those extra hours are to be compensated under both CBA and California labor law. Teachers will be submitting timesheets, hopefully, for those additional hours and should be compensated at their per diem rate. To do otherwise, to require work but withhold pay would be inconsistent with contract and state government laws, wage laws. ADTA fully supports professional learning and compliance with state mandates. We always have. But moving forward, training requirements must be clearly communicated, collaboratively planned, and fairly compensated. I hope to see you guys, I hope we can settle this before it goes to the board next week or the 28th, because I was under the impression it was going to start today, and I'm totally prepared for that. I had all my folders, so I was going to hand them out because in an email I was told that I had 3 days prior, so since I'm already ready, I'm going to give that to them. But anyways, I just wanted to say thank you. Our teachers are complied, so let this be a moment to rebuild trust and reaffirm the respect for the educators that begins with honoring the contract and laws that protect them. Thank you so much.
Next speaker, please.
That concludes the speakers for closed session.
Okay, moving on to recess to closed session. At this time, trustees, I'll entertain a motion.
Trustee Kyer, I motion to recess to closed session.
Is there a second?
Stewart, I second.
We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVey.
Trustee Kyer.
Kyer, aye.
Trustee La French.
Love French, aye.
Trustee Stewart.
Stewart, I.
Trustee Soto.
So do I. The time is 6:07. We're in closed session.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, and then I.
We are reconvening to open session. The time is 8:23. We're gonna we're gonna do a roll call on quorum establishment. Ms. LeVey.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer present.
Trustee La French?
La French present.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart present.
Trustee Soto?
Soto present. We have a quorum. Moving on to number 8, closed session report. Announcements of reportable actions taken during closed session. We have a few. It was moved by Trustee Kyer and seconded by Trustee La French to approve the recommendation of the administrative panel. I'm sorry. I actually have to read that number. And it's not worded right here. So, this is case number ID number 339551. The board has taken action to approve the hearing panel recommendation suspending the expulsion provided the student meets the following probationary conditions. The student will be allowed to return to school on a probationary status. The student must attend anger management counseling. The student must attend a decision-making program. The student must maintain satisfactory grades and attendance in the alternative educational setting. And it was added to make sure that the student has a behavior support plan. And the votes were Trustee Stewart, aye. Trustee La French, aye. Trustee Kyer, aye. Myself, aye. So we approved that administrative hearing. Moving on to the next student, ID number 350860. The board took action to approve the panel's recommendation. It was moved by Trustee Kyer and seconded by Trustee Stewart to approve the recommendation of the administrative panel, which includes to expel with suspension of enforcement for the remainder of the first semester of 2025 to 2026 school year and the second semester of the 2025-2026 school year with the contingency of attending Hope Scholars being enrolled by 10/28/25 and a completion of the rehabilitation plan. During the period of expulsion, the student shall maintain satisfactory grades and attendance, attend anger management classes, attend individual counseling session, provide evidence of significant change in his attitude and behavior as verified by evidentiary facts or by some rehabilitation authority. Also, finally, meet with the Director of Student Services after June 2nd, 2025 to show proof of completion of the above conditions and to determine the most appropriate education placement. I'm gonna need a better call out for this, it's a bit confusing. Moving on to the third one, ID number 351090. The board has taken.
President Soto, I'm sorry to interrupt. What was the vote on that one, please?
Thank you. Trustee Stewart, Trustee La French, Trustee Kyer, and myself all voted yes. It was unanimous. Okay. Moving on to ID number student 351090. The board has taken action to approve the administrative hearing panel recommendation, which is to expel for the remainder of the first semester of the 2025-2026 school year and the second semester of the 2025-2026 school year. I'm not going to read the plan. I don't know if I have to read the plan. During the period of expulsion, the students shall maintain satisfactory grades and attendance, attend anger management classes, attend individual counseling session, provide evidence of significant change in his attitude and behavior as verified by evidentiary facts and by some rehabilitation authority. The votes were Trustee La French, Trustee Stewart, Clerk Kyer, and myself all voted yes unanimously to approve the panel's recommendation. The board also took action in closed session to approve the superintendent goals for the year of 2025 and 2026 school year. And that's all. That's all we did. So moving on to number 10, adoption of the minutes. At this time, trustees, I'll invite a motion.
Stewart, I motion to approve.
I'm gonna go, I apologize, trustees. I'm moving too fast. I'm trying to hit my goal here. We skipped the public testimony.
Yep.
So let's go ahead and go back to number 9. And Ms. LeVay, do we have any speakers?
President Soto, we do. We have Miss Jeanette Latham.
It's my first time, so sorry. Can I start right now, or do I
Yes,
wait?
do you have, is the mic on?
Yeah.
Speak closer to the mic.
Okay, that's good.
There you go.
Okay, I'm nervous. So, good evening. Thank you for coming back for me. I appreciate it. My name is Miss Latham. I am the ELA history and also AVID teacher at Mesa Linda Middle School. I have been there for this is my 3rd year there. Very successful in collaborating with the parents and the students and growing our system there. I do want to first say that I am a parent, so I do want to speak as a parent at first. My daughter, Janae Olivia Green, has been with AESD since kindergarten with Miss G. She is currently in 8th grade, so I do want you, the board, to see that this is a product of your education system, and she is a high academic student. I do want to make sure that I say thank you to those teachers that supported me as a parent when I worked with the health department and part-time in and out of the prisons, doing other jobs where I was working 12 to 14 hours a day, and her father working, and she is supported by both parents. So I want to thank Miss G, Miss Jackson, Miss Hux, Miss Reddy, Miss Bing, Miss DLT, Miss Tony, Miss Hernandez, Miss V, her Spanish teacher, Mr. Daffron, Miss Hernandez, Miss Gomez, Miss Lopez, Miss Agoa, Mr. Olson, Mr. Daffron again. Excuse me if it's double because she went by grade. Miss Pierce, Mr. Nicholson, Miss Tony. If I've forgotten anyone, I apologize. I love you all, and I'm very grateful as a parent that I had that support system, because while I was a parent in this district and I reached out to the board, you, even the board that were, when I had concerns as a parent and I did email, someone always reached back out to me as a parent. When COVID hit is when I changed my career. I had the support not only from Miss Kimberly, I can never say her last name right, praise God, Brust, I'm sorry, Miss Dana, and Miss Reddy is the one that said, Miss Latham, you should be an educator. And I took their advice. I went into education, got my master's in education, because my bachelor's is in criminal justice and my associate's is in business. So I've led businesses and developed people for years. In saying so, that is why part of me is so successful in our school system, is because I'm about development. I'm about that education structure and foundation. And I share that with the students, that I still don't know what I want to do, but I know I want to be with the kids. And I know I love this AVID program. I've come to you today as a teacher about something more personal. I'm in the induction program. It's my first year in our induction program. I'm sorry? Oh, my second's up? Oh, and so, I'm sorry. In the induction program, I went to my first orientation with Mr. William Brown. Thank you, and I do thank you folks for paying for it, because I definitely can't afford it. And he let us know about this called the ECI, the early completion. So I was so excited. He told me I needed to make sure I communicated with my admin to get their support. And I spoke with them, and they do support me. They support me with AVID. They support me. That's why I'm successful with their children, because I have support and I go for the support. I know that they would, my coach as well, support me, Miss Cinnamon, and for the early completion. But when I called Miss Dana did break my heart, and I still love her. She did break my heart and let me know that you, the board, do not allow early completion of the induction program. I don't know why.
Thank you.
And so I just wanted to come and speak about that.
Awesome. Thank you. Your time's
Thank
up.
you, sir.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
President Soto, that concludes tonight's speakers.
All right, now we're moving to the adoption of the minutes. At this time, trustees, I'll entertain a motion.
Stewart, I motion to accept.
Is there a second?
Crier, I second.
Okay, we'll take the vote.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench? LaFrench, aye. Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion pass. Moving on to the consent agenda, we are taking items 2 through 24. Does any trustee want to pull an item?
Yes, Trustee Kyer, I'd like to pull 10 and 17.
Take mine.
10, 17. All right, any other trustees want to pull any items?
No. Hold on.
Mommy.
Guys, what are we doing?
We are securing the agenda.
Okay. So, Trustee French, did you want to pull it?
Sorry.
Did you want to pull any items on the consent?
No.
All right. Entertain a motion to approve the rest with the exceptions of 10 and 17.
Kyer, I motion to accept or approve
Is
the
it-
remaining agenda. Sorry.
Is there a second?
Stewart, I second.
We'll call for the vote. Ms. LeVay.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench? LaFrench, aye. Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passed 4-0. Items removed from the consent agenda, number 12. We're going to start with number 10. At this time, I'll entertain the motion, trustees.
I motion to approve.
Is there a second? I don't. Oh, is there a second?
LaFrench, I second.
All right, we're opening it up for discussion. Clerk Kyer, since you pulled it.
No comment.
Trustee Stewart.
No, I have none.
Trustee LaFrench.
I was discombobulated for a minute, but I found my notes. I have none. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, Ms. LeVay, I have none. We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay.
Trustee Kyer?
Nay.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
I'm gonna abstain. I don't have enough information to make a vote. So,
We're on the warrant
Okay.
reports.
okay, let's not talk out of turn, please. We are number 10, business services, approval of purchase order listing and warrant report listing.
Were there any questions?
When I opened it up for discussion, there was no discussion.
Okay, well, can we have discussion now?
No, the vote was just taken. We had the discussion already. We have to move forward.
So now we're not gonna pay bills again. Is that what?
It passed. 2 approving,
Oh,
1
that's right.
saying nay, and 1 abstention.
Thank you. Sorry, I confused. My bad.
I don't believe that's correct. We might have to. I believe that an abstention is a no vote, basically, and so it dies. We have 2 no votes, 1 abstention. There's no vote. Can we get some? Do we have some clarity? Is Clerk Kyer correct? Maybe perfect. So we have 2 yeses, 1 no, 1 abstention, meaning the majority approves because there's 2 yeses.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Moving on to number 17, certificated personnel, administrative new hire. I'll entertain a motion, trustees.
Kyer, I motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Stewart, I second.
We'll open it up for discussion. Since it was pulled by Clerk Kyer, I'll start with you.
Respectfully, can we make comments after the vote?
Absolutely. Trustee LaFrench.
LaFrench, aye.
It's just comments and at this time. But so you're saying you agree, correct? With Trustee Clerk Hire?
Yes.
Okay, Trustee LaFrent or Trustee Stewart?
Aye.
There's
Aren't we
no motion.
voting?
There's no motion. We're just
There-
discussing. But Clerk Hire is requesting that we discuss after. I'm just making sure you guys are okay with that. It's an administrative new hire.
That's fine.
Okay, that's what I'm going around for. Alrighty. So there's a consensus to discuss after. Ms. LeVay, the vote, please.
Trustee Kyer?
Aye.
Trustee LaFrent?
Aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Congratulations. We're opening it up for discussion. Clerk Hire.
Yes, I just wanted to make a brief comment in regards to our new El Mirage principal, if you would please stand. And welcome to AESD. It's my understanding you've been pitch hitting in our district as a sub-admin, and your work has reflected very highly within our district. So I'm very excited to see the opportunities and the advancements El Mirage faces in this upcoming year. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Trustee LaFrench.
Well, I had this whole speech planned out for you, but then I lost my notes, right? And so then I was running all around trying to find them just now. So then I just said, forget it, right? I'm not even going to read them. I just want to say that, I appreciate, everything that you've been doing way, 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 way out there, right? And I appreciate, you getting up, taking the drive, supporting the parents, supporting the children. I appreciate, you can teach me some of that Spanish, teach me some of that stuff out there that, I will be willing to learn. I am bilingual, but, I just don't know as much as I would like. How about that? I want to thank you for all you do out there. I truly, know that the parents out there and the children's small little community, but you are out there making a great difference, and we appreciate you. We do.
Trustee Stewart.
I just want to say though, El Mirage is not in my area. I adore the school. The kids are mighty, and they deserve the best that we've got, and I will be expecting that from you to lead that adorable school. It's the greatest. So thank you.
Thank you for willing to come and work with our district, and I just want to echo all the comments that were made by my colleagues. Congratulations. Did you want to come up and say a few words?
I sincerely want to thank the president, the cabinet, all of the board members, and the superintendent for this opportunity to lead our district, our students, our parents, and just as I've done with the last 2 to 3 years working in this district, I plan to continue listening to what parents want, looking and listening to the data, and making the adjustments where needed, and also, most importantly, utilizing the framework that has been given to us by our superintendent. So that is my goal, and I will continue to improve El Mirage, and I appreciate this opportunity. Quiero decir a todos ustedes muchas gracias por elegirme a esta posición. Es una gran oportunidad para mí. Yo tengo un bachillerato en español de la Universidad UCLA y he estado hablando mucho tiempo con muchos diferentes distritos tratando de entender, y ahora sí puedo hacerlo. Entonces, solo quiero decirles gracias, y ustedes voy a tenerlos contentos con nuestro futuro. Gracias.
Muy bien.
Excellent. Alrighty, trustees, moving on to new business. Consideration of governance resolution to strengthen board independence and transparency. I'll entertain a motion.
Kyer, I motion for consideration. Or to approve.
Approve, or not approve, or table.
You want table?
What's your motion?
Kyer, I motion to table.
Is there a second? I don't hear a second, so motion dies. Is there another motion? I'll entertain another motion.
Kyer, I motion to approve.
Is there a second? Soto, I'll second. We're gonna open up for a discussion.
President Soto, could we have a reading of it?
Yes, absolutely. I will read the resolution so the public knows what we are voting on and so that the public knows. Okay. This is, thank you, Trustee Clerk Heyer. Resolution number 2526.03, reaffirming the governing authority and unity and protection of the Board of Trustees against institutional interference, hate, and political retaliation. Whereas the Adelanto Elementary School District Board of Trustees is the democratically elected and legally empowered governing body of the district, entrusted by the voters to provide independent oversight of the superintendent, the district's educational priorities, and the well-being of students and families. And whereas the integrity of this board's governance is foundational to maintaining public trust, protecting students, and ensuring that decisions are made without coercion, manipulation, or undue influence from internal or external actors. And whereas recent incidents have raised grave concerns regarding the misuse of institutional channels, backdoor coordination, and third-party agencies in what appears to be targeted efforts to intimidate, discredit, or retaliate against individual trustees and or their families. And whereas these patterns, if allowed to continue, erode the democratic will of the electorate, undermine lawful oversight, and foster a climate of fear, division, and dysfunction within the district. And whereas the board recognizes the growing threat of hate speech, harassment, and politically motivated violence that can incite division and harm towards elected officials or their families for their beliefs, decisions, or roles in public service. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Trustees of the Adelanto Elementary School District that Section 1, Affirmation of Democratic Authority. The board reaffirms that it is the sole governing body of the Adelanto Elementary School District. The board is accountable to the public, not to outside operatives, internal factions, or formal officials. Any attempt to bypass or coerce, that's a tricky word for me, coerce this board undermines the democratic process and the foundational principles of public education. Section 2, Protection against systemic retaliation, hate, and political interference. The board condemns all forms of political warfare, systemic pursuit, institutional retaliation, hate speech, harassment, or acts of violence that target trustees, their families, district staff, or any public servant for their beliefs, votes, or independent judgment. This includes, but is not limited to, the use of district resources, back-channel communication, manipulation, or relationships with third-party agencies to initiate retaliatory actions, investigations, intimidation campaigns, or public narratives under the guise of policy or concern. Any hate speech or behavior that incites, encourages, or perpetuates violence, hostility, or harassment toward trustees or their families will be treated as a direct threat to the safety and integrity of this district. Such actions are not neutral. They are political in nature, corrosive in effect, and incompatible with the ethical obligations of public service. Section 3, Unified commitment to ethical and transparent governance. The board stands as one body. An attack on one trustee, whether through hate, harassment, political targeting, or procedurally improper actions, will be considered an attack on the integrity of the entire board and the district itself. The board calls for an immediate end to all back-channel coordination, unauthorized lobbying, hate-driven intimidation, and hidden manipulation. All official business must be conducted openly, transparently, and in accordance with district policy and state law. At this time, trustees, I'll open it up for discussion. Trustee Stewart.
I heard a bunch of censorship, hoopla, and this will open us up, I feel, to discrimination. You know, being on the board now for close to eight years, I heard stories from Ekis, you know, she had said things, I think that she had been followed one time. You know, we heard things, but I've never experienced anything. I've experienced insults from the podium. That's normal. Okay, my kids have never been threatened. They've never been talked about. You know, we've always been here for the district, and that was it. You know, if anything, I mean, I don't understand. This seems to just come from one source because I just don't. You cannot censure free speech. If somebody were to come here and threaten an act, then yes. But to insult a unelected public official, that's not threatening. That's just part of the thing. That's why a lot of people don't do this. So I think that, I mean, this is a bunch of words. I don't even think we could act on this, but I do not agree with this myself. So that's what I got to say.
Thank you. Trustee LaFrench.
I would hope that and pray that people would not be retaliating against people's children. We come here and we are elected public officials. We probably get paid 50 cents to sit up here, and we spend lots of time we put our hearts into giving our services for this district. And I would pray that our children would not be subjected to harm physically, mentally, anything that has to do with our children. When it comes to adults, if we ourselves choose to sit here in this seat, that is up to us. Our children have nothing to do with anything. So everyone has children. Everyone know how they feel about their children. So just make sure that, your children are your children, right? Okay. That's about all I have to say about this. Freedom of speech, it's freedom of speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee LaFrench. Clerk Kyer?
I will make my comments short. This board room has heard and seen my children personally go under scrutiny more than once. Recently, we've had to maneuver through extremely unprecedented, unneeded situations. And so, despite the confidentiality of the situation that doesn't permit me to speak about it, I would fully support this resolution, as anyone sitting up here who has had to go through the retaliation against my children. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Kyer. I want the public to really see what's going on here. This resolution is very clear. The intent behind this resolution is simple: transparency, independence, and unity. I would be very concerned if any trustee were not to support this resolution. If anyone is trying to influence or divide this board, stop it. The public deserves honesty and stability. You're going to lobby, you're going to influence decisions of this district, then it needs to be disclosed to the public. This resolution says that every trustee's voice matters. And no one, not a politician, not an employee, not anyone, should interfere with the will of this board. I ask the community to continue to read the resolutions for yourself and see what it truly stands for: fairness, ethics, and accountability. And here we go. Ms. LaVey will take the vote, please.
Before we take that vote,
Trustee LaFrench.
yeah, before we take this vote, I just want to be able to say whether or not, if someone votes yes or no towards this resolution, that the last, everybody is entitled to vote yes or no. The transparency, I think that is like it's like a lead right there, right? I have to, I don't know. I just have to disagree with the fact that just because, somebody votes a different kind of way doesn't mean that there has some hidden agenda, because we hear transparency all day long. And I'm telling you, as a board member, as I sit here, there's a lot of times that I ask questions and I can't get no answer to it right here as a board member. I say, hey, well, I can't get no answer to it. You just can't get it. So people choose to answer things the way they want to answer them right here on this board. So I wouldn't lead with something. We're all entitled to vote the way we choose to.
Thank you, Trustee LaFrench, and you're
Thank you.
right.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
Some of us may or may not know some things other than, so absolutely, you're absolutely right. And maybe context may be helpful, but I guess my comment was that this resolution, is very clear. Like there's no, I don't know. I don't know how anyone can assume things when it's in writing, but I understand that not all trustees may be privy to some information that some of us may have, like Trustee Clerk I mentioned, some might be confidential. So however trustee votes is how they vote. It's not up to me, but I just want to make it clear that this resolution is pretty clear, but I'll leave it at that. Any other trustees want to make a comment? Clerk Kyer?
Oh, no, I was waiting for the vote.
All right, we'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay.
So just for clarification, it was moved by Trustee Kyer, seconded by Trustee Soto, and that is to approve the consideration of governance resolution to strengthen board independence and transparency. I will take the vote. Trustee Kyer?
quickly, can you, is it consideration and approval of the governance resolution or just consideration on that motion?
So we have a motion to approve the consideration of the governance resolution, my understanding.
Is that correct?
That is the way it was written, so that's what I'm understanding, that it's a consideration. President Soto?
So we just made a motion to approve the consideration, is my understanding. Or what was the motion if it wasn't to approve it?
I heard approve.
Yes, me too.
I heard approve as well,
Okay,
so.
so we have a motion we've considered it by discussing. Now the motion was to approve, so we're gonna vote on that. Okay? Is that clear or no? We'll take the vote.
Okay, Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee La French?
Left French, nay.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, nay.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion fails 2-2. Now moving on to number 2, discussion and possible direction regarding the addition of a student board member. At this time, trustees, I'll entertain a motion.
Kyer, I motion for discussion and possible direction regarding the addition of a student board member.
Is there a second? I'll second it. We'll open it up for discussion. Trustee La French.
I think this is a great idea.
Sorry, the mic, I couldn't hear you.
I think this is a great idea. We have some discussion on how the student is chosen.
Absolutely, yes. So, we can definitely discuss that. That's part of the discussion. Did you want to keep discussing that? Did you want me to ask other thoughts from trustees? Did you want to add anything else? Yeah, it's still her turn, unless she's ready.
No.
Trustee Stewart?
In theory, it can be, but we are not a, up to 12 district. I could see that with the high school student, because it's not only the student. We only have eighth graders, and as a single mom, I'd have to say, okay, now I have to get my child to the board meeting twice a month. It's a commitment for us, and now we're gonna ask that of an eighth grader, and they're what, 14, and then we're here for 4-5 hours, sometimes longer. And will they join us in closed session? There's a lot of aspects here that I think really need to be thought through when giving this to an eighth grader. That's the thing. If it were a senior who is about to turn 18 or has turned 18, and they want that responsibility, it's great, sure. But an eighth grader is a whole different species. So that's my concern with it.
Thank you. Clerk Kyer.
All right, so I was really excited to see this. I started thinking about the possibilities of how this would look, and I did want to interject this, as I do know that would be a massive commitment for a single student. But associating our board to student life, I think, is an exceptional idea. Instead of looking at it as a single student board member, instead maybe redesigning that idea where students from a specific school per board meeting is invited to be our guest student board member for the
the day. Due to confidentiality reasons and sensitive information, I would be in support of excluding them from closed session. But inviting them over, having them set up here is not only an experience, but it, to me would be a very big eye opener for students and a very big privilege. I think it really, show kids that there's more to school than just teachers and staff, and really welcome them into our world as well. So I would like to kind of put that out on the table instead of it being just one steady student that comes and joins us every board meeting. Maybe we use it as a incentive, contact our schools individually, and then when it's that school's turn, they can send their star pupil over to join and meet with the board for that day. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Clerk Heyer. Yes, so we always say that we're here for students. We always say that, this proposal puts action behind that statement. Having a student voice behind this dais keeps us grounded. It reminds us why we're here. And I think there's a support consensus of doing this, and the real challenge is what I'm hearing is the logistical conversation. How are we going to do it? What's the process like? And that's kind of what this discussion is supposed to be about. Find if we want to move forward. How is it that we want to move forward so that we can give direction to Dr. Walker to come back and give us, whatever information we need to confirm the process. So what I'm hearing, and I would agree, that we rotate student board members. Maybe they'll be there for two meetings, and then we rotate. I think we can figure it out. But I think what would be helpful so that we save time here is if, sure, one second, yes, Dr. Walker. Dr. Walker wants to make a statement. I think what would be helpful here is if we, if there's a consensus, which I'm hearing, that we approve moving forward with the procedures of giving Dr. Walker direction on how it could look like to add a student board member with rotations. I think that would be the best way. That way she can come back with that information. Then we can discuss and see if we like it, we don't like it, what we want to add, what we want to do. Dr. Walker, what would you like to add?
I would just like to give my thoughts and opinion on having a student participate as a student board member. I deeply value student voice and engagement. At the same time, I believe that having a student serve on the board in this season would not be appropriate. Student board members are typically high school seniors, and given the current dynamics of the board, the environment may not allow for safe or meaningful participation. We are fortunate to have strong channels for students' input through our Superintendent Student Advisory Council and through the Guiding Coalition, which ensures students' perspective inform our work and in structured and supportive ways. I hope that you take this into consideration and understanding and for prioritizing both student well-being and effective governance.
So I would just say that if the concern that our boardroom is too messy for a student, then that's even more a reason to fix the mess, not hide it. We as a board, we're putting action behind our statement when we say we're putting students first. That's why we're here. There are many districts that have, we can model many districts that have middle school student board members, and we can work through the issues. Having a student board member on here reminds us and grounds us as to why we're here. And that's why I'm pushing for this, because I knew that even though our dynamic is not the best, there are many boards that already have established a student board member and still go through much more controversial things that I've witnessed. So if we want to do it, we can do it. If we just want to say, oh, it's not, then we won't do it. But I brought this forward because we're here to take action. We're here to make change, positive change. We're here to refocus from adult problems to students. Having a student board member is the best way to ground us as to why we're here and also allows students the ability to participate in board governance. It gives a student a voice. Did anyone want to add anything?
So
Trustee Stewart.
how many of those school districts are K through 8? Again, I'm looking at the age and the logistics of the age, you know. The student advisory committee is great, where you bring the kids in, and they all came as when we were at the LLC, and they came, and you know, at first they were shy. They didn't know what to do with all the adults, but then as they grew more comfortable, they were eager to do the input. I just the student, I just think having a student on the board, there's a lot of logistics in the way. Like, so when we're in closed session, they're out here as they wait for 2, 3, 4 hours. I mean, I'm being practical, because me being a single mom, that's a commitment, not just from the student, but from the parent, because we then to have to get the parent to bring them, and as it's just me, you know, it's just me. So and now we're gonna ask more, and not that it's, I just want to make sure when we go, if we go into this, we go into it, you know, clear. You know, I'm not trying to diminish our kids. I just want to make sure we do what's best for them.
Okay, Trustee LaFrench.
So I think that even though we bring things out here, right? I think that we should table this, and I think that we should have another discussion, because sometimes when we're thinking about things, then we could have more of a planning around it, right? It could be something that it's around certain, like a holiday or something like that. It doesn't have to be something that is in every board meeting. I am a little, you know, we had an outburst last time, right? I am a little concerned with, you know, what could be a child could be exposed to during open session comments, right? We don't know what someone's going to say. We don't want to be exposing our children to things, or having a child having to get up and take them someplace else for fear of what someone might say right now. All those things are true, right? So it might be something that, you know, that we have to kind of like go back and think about, right? They were a part of an advisory committee, right? So it's something that, you know, we don't just completely put away, but that's why I asked her, it is a discussion right now, right? But it's not, we're not going to come up with all of the answers right now. It's something that we would have to, you know, sit down, think about, and regroup and try to see, you know, what's best for the children, because for our children, we definitely would not want open discussion and someone standing at the podium and explaining something and the child is exposed to it. But just as well, they could be exposed to something on Zoom because they are at home, they're on Zoom. So I mean, it can go both ways, right? So I don't know if we're going to make a decision on that tonight. I would say that we would come back and once we've had some information on it. I don't know. That's just my thoughts.
Thank you. Clerk Heyer.
I'm in full support for tabling it for further discussion and ideas. I just want to add, though it's not a new concept. We had a young man from West Creek join us like a year and a half, 2 years ago. And he was in elementary school, and he fully understood the concept of this board. He watches every board meeting. I know numerous students within our district that do watch our board meetings. So, I mean, if they can watch us on YouTube, act like it, I don't know what the difference sitting up here with us. So anyway, I will second the motion to table.
So there's a motion to table. There's a second by trustee Kyer. I would add a substitute, I would add an amendment to that motion to table it, to bring it back at the November meeting. So we'll skip the October meeting. That we have time to come up with ideas or how we want to envision this, and then we'll bring it back on the November meeting that we'll have. That would be my amendment to that. So we would still table it, but we'd bring it back in November. Is there a second for that?
Kyer, I'll second that.
Okay, and then we'll open up for discussion. Any trustees want to say anything with that amendment? Okay, the reason why I added the amendment is so that this doesn't die, right? So that we have some expectation that we do want this. What I'm hearing is that the logistical parts, we need time, we can't make a decision today. Okay, fine. Let's just make sure that we have a date in mind in terms of when we plan to bring it back. Now, if someone has another suggestion on another date, I'm open to that too. But I want to make sure that we are sticking to what's being said, which is a concern. We need some time to think about this and think about the logistics. So we'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay?
President Soto, I just want to make sure. So first it was moved by trustee Kyer and then seconded by yourself to discuss. And then trustee Stewart did a substitute motion and trustee Kyer approved to table, but then you did an amendment and then it was seconded by trustee Kyer, and that was to table the item but bring it back at the November board meeting. Is that correct?
You got it.
No.
That was perfect.
Point of order, no. It was moved by me, seconded by you, and then it was motioned to be tabled by Love French, seconded by me, and then Soto made the amendment, and I seconded his amendment.
Okay, so it was Love French then, not Stewart. That was it. All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Trust-
Okay, Ms. LeVay.
Trustee Kyer?
Aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, nay.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passed 3-0 with trustee Stewart voting no. Number 3, discussion and possible direction regarding term limits for board members, for Board of Trustees members. I'll entertain a motion.
Trustee Kyer, I motion to table.
There's a motion to table. Is there a second?
Stewart, I second.
Okay, we're gonna open up for discussion. Trustees, any discussion?
I thought we weren't allowed to discuss when an item is tabled. That was my. Didn't I hear that once?
That's not my understanding. I thought whenever there's a first, a second, the board is taking an action, and we can discuss after the board first and second. It's my understanding, and that's how it's been. And I haven't. So, did any trustee want to object to that? 'Cause I just want to make a quick comment in terms of this. Okay. Okay. So I support term limits. I support 2 terms only. 8 years is enough to make change. I'm making it very clear as to where I stand. I also want to make it clear that I ran in 2022 for city council. I ran on the anti-corruption bill being my number 1 priority. You know what was in that bill? Term limits. So I'm being consistent with my values. And term limits are very popular. And based on my research, they pass 60 to 80% voters approve, well beyond the 50% that's required. And districts that try to overturn term limits, the voters do not pass it. They don't pass the measure to turn over. So it's a very popular ballot measure. I'm pushing for this because I know voters are in approval of this. Again, I support 2 terms. 8 years is enough to make change. I will commit now that I will only serve 2 terms because of this belief. In addition, I really do believe that we should let the voters decide. So my proposal, why I brought it forward, was to put this in the November ballot so that voters can decide themselves whether they want term limits. In addition, with the concerns that I may have heard, I know that we have some board members that may or may not want to run a third term. I just want to make it very clear that if we approve moving forward with term limits, you guys will not be affected. So you guys can serve 3 terms, 4 terms, however you want, if the voters do approve it in November 5th ballot. So I just want to make it clear to address some of the concerns about being anti-incumbent and all of this. So I just want to make it clear to my colleagues that you will not be affected. So let's just, yeah.
You're talking about transparency. This is on here in case somebody wants to work for a third term. Okay, let me let you finish talking.
Okay. So yeah, so like I said, I don't know for sure. I know that, I know that I've heard it before from a trustee, right? So I'm not here to out them out or anything, but my colleagues, I just want to be mindful as well. So, yeah, you guys will not be affected. This is for future boards. Let the voters decide is my view. And that's all I have to say. Anything Trustee LaFrench?
President Soto,
Yes.
I am looking up Rosenberg's rules of conduct, and it does state that as soon as a motion is to table, that means that discussion should end immediately, and the board members need to bring that item back. I just wanted to let you know.
Okay, I appreciate you doing that for me. I will also confirm. So what we'll do is, if the trustees object, if you guys want to say something since I've spoken already, this is your time. If not, we'll just do the vote. Okay, Ms. LeVay, there's a motion to table. Take the vote, please.
Trustee Kyer?
Aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, nay.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, nay.
Wait a minute. Wait, whoa.
Okay, we have a confusion.
Whoa.
Trustee LaFrench. What is the
Let's
confusion?
say that again.
We're going to vote to table.
We're going to vote to table this?
Correct.
Nay.
Oh, and I seconded it.
Okay, and so did you get that, Ms. LeVay?
So I have Trustee Kyer, aye. LaFrench, nay. Stewart, nay. And then Trustee Soto?
Nay. So, the motion, did you want to, Clerk Kyer?
All right.
Do you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I motion to approve.
So the motion failed to table.
Okay.
Take the vote. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not for.
So, okay,
I need
so.
a second.
All right, yeah, so there's a motion to approve. Is there a second? So the motion died. Clerk Kyer.
Okay, wait. Let me just make sure, and I apologize. So the motion was to table this item. It was moved by Trustee Kyer, seconded by Trustee Stewart, and then I got a yes by Kyer. LaFrench said no. Stewart said no, and Trustee Soto, you said no. So that means that
It's not tabled.
Yeah.
Back to the regular one.
Yeah, it's not tabled, so then we have the motion now, another motion on the table. Okay, so, Clerk Kyer just motioned to move to approve. And is there a second? Soto, I'll second. Open up for discussion. Trustee LaFrench?
I have none.
Trustee Stewart?
I do have some, you ran uncontested. Trustee Webster ran uncontested. Trustee LaFrench ran uncontested the last time. My thing is, what happens if you put a term limit
and then a trustee can't run in their area, and no one runs in their area, then the board has to appoint. And to me, that's worse than a trustee signing on for another term. You know, I don't like to appoint. I think it should be left up to the voters. If they really want a trustee out, they will, someone will run and run a campaign. There's no guarantee that a trustee will run and then win. In incumbency, I don't know if I said that right, but you know, a lot of parents don't know what the board do. They send their kids to school, they go to work, they raise their babies. I did not know what a board was until I moved up here, and then I found out. You know, that's me with kids in the school system for 17 years. You know, little less. I think what the board should be doing is focusing on trying to get more parents involved with the board, having meet and greets, letting them know why we're here, and encouraging them to watch the meetings. This way they have the choice to run or not, or vote against, or not. You know, being on the board is your most basic level of civil duty. I feel, yeah, that, you know, long-term senators who have been on the, you know, the Senate for 100 years, yeah, you're about to die. You should be off of there. You know, congressmen who have been on the House of, you know, representatives for 60 years. Yeah, you know, but for a board member to just be on the board for we're still learning this, and then for the future, once you learn it, well, it's time for you to go. You know, I just think that the choice of board members should be up to the public, because they may like someone that's been on the board, who has the time to make the commitment, you know, because this is a commitment. And if someone is willing to make it, they should not be thrown off because of a technicality. That's just, you know, and then that may then lead to, now the board has to appoint someone, and I have a bigger issue with that than with someone running a third or fourth term.
President
That's all I
Soto,
got.
Thank you.
the time is 9:27. Would you like to extend the meeting?
Yes. Trustee Clerk Hire?
Kyer, I motion to extend the meeting till 10.
Is there a second?
Left French, I second.
Ms. LeRae, the vote, please.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Left French, I.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
So do I. Motion passes 4-0. We're extended to 10 p.m. Any other last comments, trustees, suggestions?
Yes.
Clerk Hire.
I appreciate President Soto's initiative to bring it to the board for consideration.
I would like to point out that there is a petition process. Doesn't require our board, and it can be submitted straight to the Board of Supervisors with the appropriate signatures. I'm in full support of this. I agree with you. If you need more than 8 years to make some kind of change, then maybe you're not as effective as you would like to believe. And so that's where I will leave my comments.
Thank you. Okay, and we'll take the vote on the motion. Ms. LeVay?
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench, nay.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, nay.
Trustee Soto?
So do I. Motion fails 2-2. We'll move on. Number 14, policy introductions, updates, and readings. Approve and adopt the first read revision of Board Policy 5116.2, involuntary student transfer. I'll entertain a motion.
Due for timing, Kyer, I motion to table.
There's a motion to table. Is there a second? I'll second. We can't discuss. We won't discuss. I'll confirm by the next meeting about the Rosenberg Rules of Orders. Ms. LeVay, the vote, please.
Trustee Kyer?
Aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Aye.
Trustee Soto?
So aye. Motion passed 4-0. Moving on to number 15, governing board members' reports and announcements. Trustee LaFrench?
I'm gonna save my comments till next time.
Trustee Stewart?
I just want to really quickly wish everyone a restful fall break. I wish I had one, but that's all right. Please enjoy your time with your families and students. Enjoy your time off. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Kyer?
Alrighty, good evening AESD friends and family. As we kick off October, we have a lot of things happening. I am excited to be so close to fall break. I know this is a time where we all cherish a reprieve from the early mornings and long days. So I encourage all to take that time to replenish and rejuvenate. I know in the last 2 months we have seen great change, new ideas, new processes, and a different governing style. I know many are a bit shocked with the changes to our board, but I wanted to take a moment to highlight. For the first time since I've been on the board, each board member is on a committee which brings every voice, every opinion to a table and allows us to work collectively. We were able to secure new legal counsel, which was something that hadn't been changed or even considered since 2009. We brought in a fractional chief of staff to help our board in laying a foundation to strong governance and real-time understanding of our district and the issues it is facing. President Soto is enforcing our Rosenberg's Rule of Order to seek more efficient board meetings and facilitating those difficult conversations that otherwise have been ignored. I would like to publicly appreciate President Soto in such an uncertain time as he stepped up and taken on a role with quite the mess. It has been a short time, but we have seen many advances in bringing this district together. We are aware that there is a mass amount of work to be done and a lot of collaboration that will have to take place to successfully lay that functional foundation for our future students and following board members. We have recently been made aware we have students going to city council meetings, along with multiple fundraisers to secure the funding for trips this year. And I want to ensure our district that I and others amongst me acknowledge the ongoing issue and will continue to seek answers and try to resolve this ongoing conundrum. Our students deserve to have a successful year, which leads me to seek this board's consensus, or at least consideration, that we prioritize those experiences, supplies that may be needed, along with the support our sites are desperately in need of this year.
As I would like to propose to our board the idea that we secure funding for Saturday school and summer school, but the remainder of the ELOP funding be distributed to our schools for individual site use. I know our principals are more than capable of ensuring new, student-driven ideas for each campus, and I believe that is essential in closing that gap that we have been experiencing. I would like to request from the district the remaining balance with those two exceptions of Saturday school and summer school, ensuring our students opportunities and adventures they deserve, clubs, sports, beyond the bell, or whatever other ideas our creative leaders can come up with. Within the grant rules, I expect that our district staff is more than capable of guiding our sites with those guidelines. As we are facing 3 more board meetings till the end of the year, I know we have our work cut out for us. But as always, I am dedicated now more than ever to shifting the status quo. Our district has known and began building the foundation to a strong, respectful, and healthy future for our staff, students, and family. On my last note, I want to appreciate the idea proposed tonight of a student board member. Tying in the idea of students taking a more direct role with our board is the beginning of refocusing our district back to the students. I look forward to hopefully seeing students participating back in our boardroom soon as well, as I believe that starting our meetings with highlighting our students and their achievements is such a tone setting step for this board. I will close with this quote from Jesse Jackson. At the end of the day, we must go forward with hope and not backwards with fear and division. Our district can do so, and I hope we all can see that. Thank you all, and I wish everyone a good night and an amazing fall break. Thank you.
Mr. President? Yes. I did have something that I wanted to say about West Side Park, so can I say that?
Trustee LaFrench. She would like to make a comment.
I forgot I did have something I wanted to say about attendance. So I wanted to say that I wanted to congratulate and celebrate that Westside Park Elementary's had over 98 students that was recognized with an ice cream party for perfect attendance. So I wanted to give kudos to Westside Park. And then I wanted to also recognize El Mirage Elementary this month for the Strive for the 95% winner, reaching an incredible 95.7% daily average this week. I also wanted to, so I got this from Dr. Walker. So I sound like I got these percentages myself, right? So I just wanted to make sure that I concentrated on the children. So for district-wide, our September attendance superstars included, of course, George. I don't want to say of course, but of course, George. George had 96.67%. Gus Franklin had 96.62. Melva Davis Academy of Excellence had 96.38. Victoria McGathlin, along with Morgan Kincaid, El Mirage, Westside Park, and West Creek, also had the power of 95%. Okay? Then I also wanted to say or thank Mrs. Perez and Dr. Best for connecting with staff, visiting classrooms, and offering ongoing support across the district. Your engagement is greatly appreciated. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Trustee LaFrench. And thank you, colleagues and Madam Clerk, for that comment. I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. I just want to take a moment to reflect how far we've come as a board and as a district. Over the past several months, we've taken real steps towards rebuilding trust, improving governance, and bringing stability back to this district. That's not something one person can do alone. It takes a united board, people who are willing to listen, to disagree respectfully, and to still show up for the same goal, our students. I know this work isn't easy and never will be, but I'm proud that we're beginning to shift the conversation from conflict to collaboration. When I look at the progress that we have made, approving key items, pushing forward with accountability measures, and setting clear goals, I see a team that's learning how to lead together. My hope moving forward is that we keep our focus on where we do agree, not just on where we don't. Because when we operate as one body, we send a clear message to our staff, to our families, and most importantly to our students that adults can lead with integrity, respect, and purpose. We cannot control every challenge that comes our way, but we can control how we show up for each other. Let's keep building on this momentum. Let's keep choosing unity over division and substance over noise. I'm grateful for each of my colleagues, for our staff, and for this community that continues to believe in the promise of our schools. So thank you, everyone. Have a great night. And moving on to superintendent reports and announcements, Dr. Walker.
Thank you, President Soto. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Executive Cabinet, AESD staff, students, and our community. Over the past few weeks, our district has made strong progress in building the foundation for this school year. Through our guiding coalition sessions, staff, community members, managers, site leaders, and most importantly, our students came together to shape our schools for the future. Their voices remind us that when we listen deeply, we lead wisely. I've also had the opportunity to visit several sites over the past few weeks, and it's been inspiring to see the great work happening in classrooms across our campuses. From the innovative lessons to student engagement and collaboration, our schools are alive with energy and purpose. We're keeping a sharp focus on our attendance through our Strive for 95 campaign. And I'm proud to share that Victoria McGaffin Elementary achieved 95% attendance percentage during the week of September 29th through October the 3rd. This demonstrates what's possible when schools, families, and students commit together. I deeply appreciate the dedication of our employees who continue to show up every day for our students. Their commitment keeps students at the heart of all we do. All of this connects to our Thrive 2030 vision and framework for the future. We're moving forward with clarity, purpose, and determination, always keeping our students, our true VIPs, at the center of everything that we do. Together, we're moving big, bold, and brave towards a future full of promise. As Helen Keller reminds us, optimism is the faith that leads to achievement. Nothing can be done without hope and confidence. Let us continue to lead with hope and confidence for every student that we serve here in Adelanto Elementary School District. And I close with this short video.
We started with our first learner-centered collaborative meeting, and it was so wonderful to see both familiar and new faces. Students, parents, teachers, administrators, community members, and cabinet members came together for meaningful conversations about how we can continue delivering the plans set under our Thrive 2030 campaign. Visiting schools is one of the best ways to see learning in action and understand how we can support both staff and students. It's exciting to witness the growth and improvements happening across our schools every day. Attendance remains a top priority across our district, and it's inspiring to see the results. George Magna School led the way for the week of September 8th to 12th, followed by Gus Franklin for September 15th to 19th, and El Mirage for September 22nd, 26th. Congratulations also to Victoria Magathon Elementary School, which we proudly recognize today as our overall winner for the month of September. Families played a key role in our first District English Learner Council meeting of the year. With a hybrid format, more parents were able to participate, and it was wonderful to hear so many voices contributing to the conversation and shaping the learning experience for their children. We also hosted an Avid Family Night, which brought together students and families to learn more about college and career readiness. Events like this strengthen the homeschool connection and empower families to support their students' academic goals, helping every learner see the possibilities ahead. Career Week across the district was another highlight, offering students the chance to explore different professions, connect with local experts, and envision their future paths. We're grateful to our community partners and volunteers for inspiring students and showing that their dreams are within reach. May we all keep the momentum moving forward by being big, bold, and brave together.
Thank you, Dr. Walker. We're moving on to adjournment. At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Kyer, I motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Stewart, I second.
Mr. Way, the vote, please.
Trustee Kyer?
Aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
So do I. The time is 9:45. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.